All right. Welcome everyone to session 10 of the 4-H Roadshow, which is actually one of 3 events that were actually happening with the Roadshow. So we're really excited that you all are joining us today, and we're looking forward to building a smart house with you. While the smart house may not get entirely completed today, all of the supplies that you have with you or that you were given are yours to keep. So when you go home today, you'll have your activity booklet with all the instructions and all of the pieces and parts to make this smart home work for you. So as our agenda states, at 9:30, we're going to begin. So this morning we have Rachel Ivy from Johnson County. She is a member of the Junior Leader Council, and she's going to lead an opening activity for us.
Hey everyone. So today I have a game plan called Psychiatrist. So for this game, everyone starts by either standing in a circle, you can sit in a circle, and then you choose one person in your group to become the designated psychiatrist. And so the psychiatrist will either go out in the hallway or leave the group, go far enough away to where you can't hear everyone else. And then the rest of the people in the group decide on a fake mental or fake illness that you all want to agree on. And it could be something like pretending everyone's a superhero, or you have to cross your legs every time you tell a lie. And so once the illness is decided by the group, the psychiatrist is allowed to come back in, and they ask everyone questions to try and figure out what the illness is, but no one can tell the psychiatrist specifically what it is, because you want to keep that a secret. And then once the psychiatrist figures out what the fake illness is, then they try and diagnose the group, and if they get it correct, then a new psychiatrist can be chosen, and then the whole process starts over again. And then I have a list here if you guys need any more ideas, or you can come up with your own illnesses to do, but that's basically how the game goes. So if you have any questions, let us know.
All right, so step 1 is for them to choose a psychiatrist, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So they can gather in groups and choose a psychiatrist.
How's everyone doing? Thumbs up. Awesome. Very cool. Does anyone want to share what some of your illnesses were?
Do you want to tell them? Maybe not.
Okay, Steuben County will share. Go ahead.
This illness?
Yeah.
All right. We were, we had to touch our elbow every single time we spoke.
Oh. The one that we did prior to that was we had to cut Jagger off every time he asked a question. So he couldn't finish his question. He was like, man, you guys are rude.
Too funny. I saw the red and white hat. I saw you touching your elbow a lot, and I was like, oh, I bet the elbow has to do with the illness. So that's funny. Great job. Tippy said they did that one too. Does anyone else want to share?
Hamilton County here. We did the and, like, hello, and what are you doing weekend, and?
Too funny. That's great. Cool. Well, thank you, Rachel. That was a fun activity. I wish we could have heard them doing their little skits through the Zoom, but it was fun watching them and trying to figure it out.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, thanks to everyone for joining us today. And thank you, Rachel. We appreciate your activity this morning and kind of breaking the ice with each of our locations. So thank you for doing that. All right. So just another plug for the Indiana Electric Cooperatives. They provided all the funding for all of the kits that you have today and everything. So we'll play a video that they created right as lunch is beginning, so you can kind of see what the electric cooperatives are all about. But first, let's just dig right in. So in front of you, you have a box of supplies that we're going to be using today to make a smart house. So let's talk about a smart house. Can you tell me what's a smart house? Or what, I guess, what makes a smart house a smart house?
Reacting to our commands.
Absolutely. It's efficient, yes. Can we think of a cartoon, a TV show, something that was created that like ties around a home being smart or something being in tune with our needs, basically? Can anyone think of a cartoon? I have one that comes to mind. I'm a 90s child, so this is going to be kind of an aha. Yeah, okay. Tammy, what did you say?
The Jetsons.
Yes, the Jetsons, and Hamilton County said the Jetsons too. Absolutely. So with that, I'm going to share a fun little video for you. Let me try this again to make sure I get the sound. Okay.
Meet George Jetson.
All right, so this whole video is about 3 minutes, but what are some things about the Jetsons that can be found in homes or businesses today? Escalators? Heating and cooling, wallets, drones, thinking about the Jetsons being aired in 1970, and I say I'm a 90s child, but I watched that cartoon in the 90s, even though it definitely didn't, it wasn't created in the 90s, but they definitely thought ahead as far as what life could be like in the future. So are there things that you use in your homes now that are smart? A thermostat? Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else? Alexa, yes, she's very popular. And I've probably triggered her since I said her name.
We have lights that can change colors, and we tell it to turn red at 10 o'clock and turn on at 7 and turn on at sundown.
That is so awesome. And what's the point of them turning red?
To remind us that it's time to sleep.
Oh, okay.
We forget.
Cool. Well, lucky for you all, we'll get to program an ambient light sensor, hopefully today, that will change colors depending on the amount of light that's in the room. So that's something to look forward to. Does anyone have any other things? A microwave? I have a smart crock pot that I have an app that will turn it on, turn it off, change the temperature all from my smartphone, and I don't even have to be at home to do that. So I think that's pretty cool. However, sometimes it's pretty glitchy and the Wi-Fi connection doesn't always stay connected. So something they need to work on, I think. But yeah, you all have the right idea. So in your activity manuals, go ahead and turn to page 15. And on page 15, you're going to see a layout of a house, and it has five circles around it. And this is just for you to brainstorm. If you had a smart house, what are some things that you would put in your smart house? And I'm happy to start sharing my desktop with you because that will become important here soon. Okay, so the page looks like this, and I need to, no, not that. I need to rotate this. Maybe I'll do it like this. Okay. So I can't see you, but if you want to put in the chat what are some things that you're going to put in your house?
Lights.
Yes, lights. Very good one.
Furniture.
And go ahead and write that on your sheet. This is your house that you're dreaming up. So go ahead and put that in there.
Smart furniture and panel.
Someone said a thermostat earlier. That could be something that you want to put in there. So we have lights, we have a thermostat, possibly. I'm getting ideas here. How about what is something that most people have right now that you can see if people are coming up to your house or are walking around your house?
Ours.
Doorbell.
Yeah. So what does that help you do?
It's security.
Yes, absolutely. A security system. There's all kinds of smart security systems right now that are relatively inexpensive and easy to program. How about on your windows? Is there something you can put on your windows that will keep you, that are smart, not necessarily security related, but that are smart? Perhaps blinds that are, oh, go ahead.
Curtains.
So you could have blinds or curtains that open and close at certain times of the day. And that could just be, if it's on a side of the house where the sun shines in and it's really hot, they could just close to keep the sun from coming in. You see the arrow pointing to the roof? How could we have a roof that is smart? Solar panels, absolutely. You could have solar panels on your house that generate electricity for you to use. Does everyone feel like they came up with 5 things that their own smart house would have? Okay. All right. With that being said, I think it is important that we start going through our boxes so that you can see. I'm going to stop sharing for a minute. So that you can see what we will be using for our build today. So inside, okay, so I would like for everyone to grab your box. And we're going to talk about some of the things that are in your box. So the first things that you should find are some tools. The tools are pretty important for the process today. And maybe it wouldn't hurt if I showed you from what's inside my box. Okay. All right, so inside my box, there's lots of good supplies in here. First, I'm going to pull out the ruler. These are all 3D printed items. So we can actually give you the 3D printing files if you want to print these at home. There is a spacer, and I'm moving kind of quickly. It's not keeping up. So this spacer will help you put space between the joists of your walls. There's also a 3D printed roof triangle. And this roof triangle will help you build the trusses when you're all said and done with your house. A couple other important tools is a corner spacer. So when you end up, or when we put the house together and put the sides together, this will help keep your sides square. And then there is a corner square, and this is very helpful for when you start building your house and you want to put the walls together. This will help you keep those pieces in place. It's also important to note that you should wear safety glasses because we're going to be using glue and an adhesive or an accelerator that is, you really don't want to get it in your eyes or breathe it in. Or so wear safety glasses, obviously, that's important. You're also going to use your package of wood sticks, so you'll want to get those out too. There are also a couple longer sticks of wood, and we may use those if you need to create more parts, or if you glue some together and break them, peeling them apart, you can get these and use those as extra pieces too. So for right now, that is, oh, sorry, one more thing. There is a square of sandpaper in each of your boxes. You'll want to pull that out as well. Okay, so with that, we have some important things to talk about as well. So I mentioned these tools. You're going to use them later on as we continue build, or as we build. But I want you to know that this smart house is just a small replica of a real smart house. So this smart house is about 1/16 the size of a room in a house. So that's important to know. You can also think of it as for every 3/4 of an inch of your house, that is equal to 1 foot of a real house. So in your book, you're going to turn to a page that it says scaling and conversions. And that page is 27. So I know doing math early in the morning is not always fun, but we're going to kind of talk about what scale is all about. You can use your rulers are real life size rulers to help you measure your items and your pieces. However, let's talk about how that real life size equates to the model scale size. So like I said, our model is 1/16 the size of a real model. So if the real model had a length of 2 inches, what would the model scale size be? So think about 16 times for 1/16. One eighth, yes, absolutely. So 2 inches in real life size is 1/8 in the model scale. How about we keep moving forward? So using that 1/8, that, thank you very much. How about 4 inches? So 4 inches would be 2/8 or 1/4. 6 inches. I think we have a pattern going here. Six inches would be 3/8 inch. And you can just write these in as we go. 8 inches would be 4/8 inch or 1/2. 10 inches would be 5/8. And then going back to that 1 foot is equal to 3/4 of an inch or 6/8. And then following the pattern, 14 inches would be 7/8. And then 16 inches would be 8/8 or 1 inch. So just doing that to show you that your home is a lot smaller than what a real home will actually be. However, this will also help you to know which size pieces you would use for each of the walls. And on each of the sheets that you'll be using to build the walls, you'll also get to see the scale that is related to the real life size and the scaled size of your home. So just confirming that each host site printed off the sheets to build the walls. So I have to tell you that we did this activity earlier this week at another site for another program, and it took a couple hours to draw in all of the walls. So to make things easier and to expedite the build process, we've given you copies of all of the walls already drawn. That way you can go ahead and start gluing the walls together. So I'm going to share my desk again. And I wish this process was easier, but let's see. Okay, so just to confirm, that everyone has, I guess I'll just hold them up, the sheets that have the lines drawn on Wow, this is really difficult. My screen sharing is not really working like I wanted it to. Okay. So we're just going to go ahead and move forward with the build. I can't see anyone, but I'm just going to, if you need to get my attention, please just interrupt me and say that you need some help or need a little bit more time. So in front of you, you should have some sheets that look like this. They're already color coded. And they have the different parts of the house that you will be building. So you'll have a front wall. To begin, the front wall has a doorway in it. So this is what the doorway looks like. You'll see that there's certain features of the house. The red ones are the studs. The gray ones are, they have the word king in them, but basically they hold up the header that's above the door. Now, why do we have a header, you ask? Well, studs typically are 16 inches on center. And when you don't have a stud in that position, say perhaps you're building a doorway or a window, you have to have a header because the weight of that wall needs to come down equally and spread itself apart all spread itself across all of the studs. So this header is taking the weight of that one stud that isn't in the wall. So if that makes sense, this would end up being a 2-inch piece right here. And then you'll have 2 3/8-inch pieces here. And you can see that all of the dimensions have been filled in. So you can see which size each of these wood pieces are. And then on the back, this is the actual wall that you'll be building. So everyone has sheet protectors, and this is going to be an easy way for you to build on top of. So just put each of these sheets into a sheet protector, just like this. This is the rear wall. It has a window in it. And so this, you can see it has a larger header, and where 2 studs would have gone all the way down, the 2 studs are spreading their weight into these headers, and then they're moving down. So go ahead and put that in the sheet protector. So then the sidewalls, you'll be building 2 of these sidewalls. And these, as you can see, it's important to know that this top piece of wood does not go all the way across, just because the rear wall and the front wall will be attaching to it there. So that's something important to know. And then these 3 studs, if you want to call them that, are laminated together. So this is the corner of the house. And so we need some extra support in the corners to keep it sturdy. So when you see multiple studs in real life, if multiple studs are together, they're typically called, they're laminated together, and that just adds extra strength. And I'm going through this very quickly. There's a long list of vocabulary that goes along with construction and building, and that can be found in your book too. I know today is just a very abbreviated lesson of that entire book. So be sure to go through that when you have the chance. And then this is the base for your house. So this base has 5 studs along the bottom, and you can see that they're equally spaced except for this last one. Remember when I said 16 inches on center, typically a house would have? Well, we can't just have this extra space here. So we needed to add an extra stud, even though it's so close to the edge of the frame. So don't worry about that, but this is going to be the base of your house. Okay, so all of those are in sheet protectors. And now it's time to get the wood out. Many different sizes in here. So why don't you just take a little time to go ahead and arrange them by their size. This will be very helpful as you start to build, because then you can just grab the size that you need. The 5 1/4 and 5 1/2 are going to be what you have the most of. So you want to give them the most space.
Hey, Danielle.
Yeah.
Can you back up? We just want to make sure we're doing our sheet protectors correctly.
Yeah.
The sheets that we should have, because some are, 3 pages. So what is the sheet that really should be up front, I guess?
So the sheet, well, there's 4 sheets that they should have. So this base, this will be what we're building first. So you have the base. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, like the front door is like 3 pages. So just want to make sure that's what.
So do they have the pages with the lines in them already?
Yes.
Okay. So the front door, this is the page that should be up front. So the front door had already been put into the wall on the right-hand side. However, if they have a sheet where they can draw it in or glue it on, they can put the door wherever they want, as long as they put studs on either side. Is this the sheet that they have for the doorway?
Yes, so I'm
Okay.
sorry, the one with the top that has the scale and things like that has like a running thing. I don't know if you can see us or not, but
Oh.
so yes, that sheet you got right there. So they
Yeah,
don't need to have that, or that's
They-
just in the back.
yeah, they just need this one. Mine printed on front and back, so that's why I put it in there like that.
Okay.
But yeah, that sheet will also tell them the sizes, but they can also put the piece of wood up next to it and see which size they need to.
Gotcha. And then the other one that's a more than front back is the rear wall. So what does
Yeah.
the rear wall look like?
So the rear wall looks like this.
Okay, so you really just need that one.
I guess if I put it like this, that would be easier to see.
No, you're fine. No, that's good. Sorry, we're just.
Oh, no, you're fine.
We got
You're
more
fine.
than
And
More
we
pages.
realized that too, when we printed off all these sheets for this program earlier this week, we're like, wow, we have a lot of extra paper that we don't need.
right. Okay, thank you.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
Danielle, I have a similar question because
Yeah.
ours printed with this weird line across.
Oh,
Is
no.
that-
No, you don't have to. Do you have another sheet that has the door in it?
This isn't the door. This is the
Oh,
rear
it's the win.
wall.
Oh, that's
No.
with the window?
So can we just ignore this
Yeah,
line and then
yeah.
everything else goes accurate?
yeah. So my rear wall looks like this. Do you have a sheet that looks like this?
No.
Yeah, ours has that big red line too.
Oh,
Right.
no.
It's okay. We'll just ignore that big red line. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, yeah, ignore the red line. The rear wall should have some studs that look like this.
Yeah, because they actually goes like this.
Yeah, our rear wall does not look like that.
Okay, so this,
FYI.
I went ahead and printed the teacher copy of this one. So that everything was right. I noticed the student copies didn't have everything that the teacher copy did.
So the which I can go back and print, but the ones that have the measurements already filled in, that would be teacher copy, correct?
Yep, you're right.
Okay, so then ours does not, Danielle, can you print it or email us a different file then? Because
Yeah.
ours does not have the long studs on the, ours, like that one that Malia showed that has the sideways, and then like we don't have, our studs are for some reason sideways.
I'm so sorry about that. I will send a new email immediately with the right, with the correct file.
I think we can figure it out because we can use the stud measurements from one of the other ones.
True.
We'll be good.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and sort all of your pieces into the sizes that they should be, or similar sizes. That way they're easy to find. And that may take a little bit of time. Something else that you should be aware of, the glue that you're using is a super glue, a type of super glue. However, there is a can of accelerator, and this accelerator is very noxious. So you'll want to not spray a whole lot, but basically once you glue your wall, you'll want to spray onto the glue. That way the glue sets up very quickly. You'll notice pretty quickly that it smells really bad, so you won't want to use a lot, but be generous with your glue. If you make sure you get it in the right spot before you glue, but be generous with it because little dabs of glue may not hold the pieces together as well as they should. Also, you'll want to cut the tip off of your glue because it's a very narrow tip. So you can cut the tip off, and then there's a little red puncture piece in your glue, or in with the glue, and that can poke a hole into the top to make the glue come out. So you can use scissors or this handy cutter that was in all of the kits, and it will easily cut off. I'm not using a brand new glue, so there we go. All right, so that glue is ready to go. I'm in the process of emailing this wall again, just in case you want it. Okay. Evidently my tablet is not staying charged. Okay. So the thicker 6-inch pieces that you'll see, those are for the roof trusses later on. We probably won't get those today, but you can keep them out if you wish. So we're going to spend the rest of the time this morning building, and you can get started on any of the pieces that you want, but our goal is to get all 5 walls built today before lunch, if we can, or before. We'll have a speaker around 11:15, but you can work through lunch if that works for your host site to get this built.
Hey Danielle, it's Tammy.
Yeah,
That file you sent looks the same. Like
It
the red
looks-
bars are going all the way across.
Yikes.
So oh, when I click on them, they go vertical. But then they go back horizontal.
so they're not, so when you do print preview, is it going to print correctly?
Let me try. No. I think it's just an issue with the formatting, so I might be able to figure it out.
Okay, so, oh, I see, you're right. Wow. Okay, well, how about this? This is a Google Drive file, and they printed correctly off the Google Drive. So why don't I share the link to this file through the same email, and you can print it from there and see if that works.
Disordered.
Google Drive looks good, thank you.
Hey, no problem. Thank you. I have to tell you that when you start building, you may get very frustrated because things don't always work out very easily with this. However, don't give up, because you'll get it. It just takes a little bit of time to figure out how to hold the pieces while you're gluing them and spraying them. So I'm probably going to go through the same frustrations with you, but we will make it work. Those 3D printed tools will come in very handy as well. So just try and take your time with it. So I'm going to go ahead and start building with you. And we will get through this. And it's important to see how the pieces are laid out on the paper too, especially the base, because they fit together in a certain way. And so if they aren't put in there that way, then your base will not be square, nor will the pieces inside fit in it.
Danielle, when we're building, do we lay the pieces down or do we hold them vertical?
Yeah, so you'll want to lay them vertical so that they're on their edge. And they should fit in right into the colored spots on your paper. Oh, I already broke one. I think we decided during our event this past week that the base is going to be the hardest part to build just because the corners are so tricky. The base is also a place where this spacer shows you where each stud fits in just right. If you had not had lines drawn on these, then that spacer would help you figure out how to space them appropriately.
Are others having missing pieces or we're struggling with
pieces?
5 and 7/8, like the base? We have 2
Um,
kits missing.
So there should be 4 of those pieces of the 5 and 7/8.
I got 2 kits with 3. I just didn't know.
Okay, there should not be any missing pieces. However, I did not expect that. So you can use the longer pieces and cut the 5 and 7/8 that you need. And they're not mixed in with any of the others. I trust you. I just, I know that they can get kind of mixed up a little bit.
So far, yeah, we've not
Not finding them?
not
Okay.
finding. But I do have a youth that I'm gonna open that one kit if that's okay, Danielle. Is
Oh,
that-
yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's
Okay.
totally fine. I would rather have the right piece than have you have to create your own. So yeah, thank you. Well, my screen stopped sharing, but I'll try to get that figured out. My iPad has died, but I'm gonna charge it up real quick and see if I can get it to share my screen. Just keep building.
Danielle, are gloves for later?
The gloves can be used as they're building if they don't want to get glue on their hands.
Okay.
So just some things to think about as you're building. The designs that you're using to build your walls, these would be considered blueprints technically for how the folks in construction would be building the house. So if you were an architect, then you would have a role in drawing these blueprints to design this house. So that's just kind of a career connection to think about as well. And then obviously building your house involves construction. So a construction trade fits in there too. Around 11:15, we'll have a speaker talking to you about the different trades that are associated with all the aspects of this building process. So it'll be a nice way to tie it all together. Is everyone doing okay so far? Thumbs up. Awesome.
Danielle, on the base,
Yeah.
this spacer, the 3D printed spacer, is supposed to be the exact width of all of them except for like the far right, correct?
Well, if they were drawing them on the paper themselves, it would go from one side to the next side of the stud. So not between them, but basically from side to side. So they don't have to use the spacer to be in between them, I guess is what I'm saying. It's really hard to show. Yeah, definitely very hard to show. It doesn't fit between them, but it would help them draw their lines had they had to draw the lines on the paper. So that's not really a good explanation.
That's okay. So really they just need to build on top of the plastic.
Yep.
And
Yep.
also this way. Okay.
Yeah. So the base is an exception. I've built 2 other walls and the spacer fits between the studs on the other walls, just not the base. So like this wall, I really wish I should just turn the blur off on my camera. So you can see it fits between. So I'm building the doorway right now and it fits between the studs on the doorway.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, no problem. So just something to know, when you're putting the headers on, they're going to lay flat. They're not going to lay on their edge.
Can you repeat that, Danielle? Sorry, we heard something about flat.
Oh
Your
yeah,
top-
the header, when you put your headers on, you'll glue them together and then you'll lay them flat. You won't put them on the edge.
So Danielle, we have a question. What is this?
Don't worry about that. Yes, that must be just an error in the printing.
Okay, so is there anything for the roof? Because we don't have anything.
Sorry, I need to mute this.
I was trying to,
just a second.
I was trying to set up my cell phone. And there's nothing for the roof.
Sorry about that. My iPad died, so I tried to set up my cell phone so you could see my desk. So with that, there's nothing for the roof at the moment. So when you get done putting all of your sensors into the house, you can put the 6-inch thicker pieces of wood onto the roof as trusses. You can build those in a triangular form as a truss if you want. But we will need to get our hands in the house to put the sensors in before that. I think I'll have to wait for my iPad to charge. So how many walls have you all been able to build so far? Are you doing pretty well?
Danielle, we have one base built by one 4-H'er and one wall built by one 4-H'er and one that's still working on walls.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Are we behind schedule? Do we need to pick up the pace?
No, not at all, not at all. I was just trying to gauge if we'll use some afternoon time to keep building. Okay, everyone, this is a 1 minute, not really a warning, but just to let you know in 1 minute, we will have our speakers, Lynn Busby and John Curick, join us to have a little discussion about careers in trades. All right. So thank you, Lynn and John, for joining us. They are both with the Indiana Careers in Construction Association, and they have happily agreed to join us today to talk to you about careers in trades. And it ties really well with today's activity. So I'm going to give the floor to Lynn and John. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for letting us pop in real quick via Zoom to see how you're doing today and to talk a little bit about careers in the construction industry. So I understand that we're building tiny smart houses today. What we're going to talk to you about today is building big houses, big stadiums, large commercial buildings, hotels, everything, and sort of how the building trades tie into all of that information. I have John Curick with me. He is the president of the board of directors for the Indiana Careers in Construction Association. We're going to kind of co-present, but I'd like to start off with a little bit video for you. So if you'll give me a minute to figure out how to share my screen.
Everyone is calling this the new stimulus program. It's a brand new program that will pay you more than $2,000.
When I was in high school, I played softball. I was on the varsity team, and I really enjoyed the competitiveness of it.
The skills I learned in high school athletics were integrity, hard work, discipline, being able to show up on time, ready to work.
For the most part, I guess teamwork, being dedicated, self-motivation, things of that nature were things that I grabbed from playing sports in high school that I was able to transition into my career.
My senior year of high school, I was a pretty good student. I was a B student, and my original plan was to get into the trades. And I took a little bit of a detour, but eventually got where I wanted to be. But all along, I knew that the trades were right for me and what I wanted to do.
I didn't know what I was doing with my life, but I knew it was about April what I would be making in the next 4 years. So that was my best chance of having a life.
The great benefits of this union. For my family. I'm home every night for my son and for my wife. I can help my wife further her career. She's wanting to go back to college and get more education there so she can take the next step in her career.
It truly is where the rubber meets the road. Without the skilled trades, without infrastructure, without bridges, without hospitals, simply things do not work. We're the oil of the economic engine for the entire country. So right now, more than ever, it's the opportunity of a lifetime to step up to the plate, make 6 figures a year, have great health insurance, have a great retirement, and work on some of the most high-profile projects that are around the country.
In the construction field and union in particular, you get amazing benefits. You got medical, dental, vision, life. You've got a pension.
It changes from day to day. You might be at the same job site. You might not be at the same job site. There's a lot of out-of-the-box thinking and problem solving. I think that's my favorite part.
I enjoy getting to be in buildings and change buildings that some people may never see the inside of, whether it be power plants, water treatment facilities, refineries, Pacers training facility. All those places are amazing. They change what happens in Indianapolis and in the world.
2 years ago, I didn't have my own car and I didn't have my own house. Now I have my own car and my own house. I mean, this is 2 years later of just working full time. It just completely changes what you have and the direction you were going.
If I was going to talk to a high school senior, I would tell them to think very long and hard about the career they were going to choose to do for the rest of their life, to give the construction industry a chance to provide them opportunities to advance somewhere other than what they thought they were going to do.
And now with this job, I have regular pay raises. It's, they're good wages. I have good health care, retirement plan.
If they didn't truly believe college was for them, or even if they were on the edge of thinking, I'd push them towards going to a trade.
You have a great opportunity in trade school to not only make a great living while getting an education that is provided by your union or your trade school, and you get a great start to life without having the financial debt of college.
I'm excited to learn and have a stable living whenever I get out of high school and be able to fund for myself. Also, I'm excited to keep learning and keep things going for the rest of my life.
College wasn't really for me. I was looking at all the other options, and my father was a bricklayer and for the union, so I was really interested in that.
The apprenticeship offers 5 years of training, debt-free when you graduate, you earn while you learn, and you have a skill that's going to last you a lifetime.
I love getting up, going to work. It is a great opportunity to, like I said, build something from nothing. You are a part of a bigger picture.
The Indiana Careers in Construction Association is proud to partner with the IHSAA.
No matter who you are or where you are, you can achieve your career goals.
So that was sort of an overview of what young people are looking for when they are entering the union building trades. We always like to include our apprentices in our programs. I think it's great for you to hear from faces and voices that sound and look like you instead of hearing just from old people like John and I. So just a little bit about careers in construction. We're here today to specifically talk to you about labor, but if you have other interests, the construction industry is really looking for committed young people to join us in the construction industry. And that's across the board. It could be anything from, if you're interested in IT, human resources, estimating, construction managers, project managers. You really could not pick a better time to enter the construction industry. So there's a group called the American General Contractors Association, and they recently did a study, and 80% of contractors across the nation, their number one concern is workforce, and how are they going to identify and recruit young people into our industry to support the building that's going across the country, and especially for us here in Indiana. The Built to Succeed program represents the 14 different building trades across the state, and that's everything from boilermakers, bricklayers, carpenters, electricians, insulators, the iron workers. John is with the plumbers and steam fitters, but we represent all 14 different trades. So we're a great resource to you if you're interested in learning more about the building industry. John's here today to talk about the union building apprenticeship programs. And I want him to talk a little bit about the process of applying for an apprenticeship program, what all the different trades are looking for in their applicants, and really what it takes to be built to succeed in the construction industry. John, I think your mic is still off, but you want to kind of take off and talk with the 4-H members here about our program?
Absolutely. Thank you, Lynn. Can you hear me? Okay, we're good. Good deal. Well, the video kind of summed up a lot of what I wanted to say anyway, but something interesting that happened over the last year that really puts into perspective the work that we do in the construction trades. We were deemed essential. We never slowed down. We worked record hours last year. Even in the midst of a pandemic, our work is vital to basically our whole system here. And one of the speakers in the video, alluded to that, whether it's infrastructure or anything like that. One of the coolest things about being in one of the skilled trades, I think, is, and some of the apprentices in the video alluded to this, is just understanding what makes things work. What happens when I flip on that light switch? What happens when I turn on that tap and get the water? Various things, how do heating and cooling systems work? Where do we get our medication from? We work in pharmaceutical facilities, a lot of different, very interesting things. As far as applying for apprenticeship, each trade does things a little bit different. Some do online applications, some you have to apply in person. Typically, most of the trades, and that information is available through Built to Succeed for each trade specific, what trade you might be interested in. Most all of the trades, actually all the trades require either be a high school graduate or obtain a GED. Most all of them require Workkeys testing, which is done through Workforce One. That's some basic aptitude skills that we do with Workforce One. And when you go through the application process, just like anything, high school transcripts, a lot of times we're looking at a lot of different things that someone has done to possibly prepare them for the workforce. We have a unique program in our trade, and a lot of the trades have this, where we have a trainee program or a pre-apprentice program where someone could actually get in there and work and see what the trade might be like, see the type of work that it's doing, that we're doing, and see if it might be for them, if it's something they would want to do before they would commit to a full 5-year apprenticeship. Huge benefits to an apprenticeship program. It was already mentioned in the video, but debt-free education. Almost all the trades, actually all the trades are affiliated with IB Tech Community College. They all get associate's degrees when they go through the program, as well as their certificates from the United States Department of Labor, getting them journeyman status. And in the trades, that's equivalent to a bachelor's degree for us. A lot of, and it was alluded to in the video as well, that 6 figures, $100,000 is not unheard of in the construction industry. It is hard work. We're working out in the field. Entry-level pay, it's incredible. You start out about half that. Each year you work, your wages go up. So as you learn more and become more skilled, set increases in pay. Very few industries have that. And then not to mention the benefits when we talk about healthcare and retirement and things like that. Really, really, really good benefits. Tremendous opportunity. A lot of people say, it's an option. Well, it's one of the better options, I think. And it is something to consider. I can tell you, when I was in high school, I was not interested in the trades. It wasn't something that I thought I wanted to do. I wanted to go to college. But working one summer in the trades, I said, man, I love this stuff. And then I saw the kind of money that I could earn and enjoy it. I went with it. And that's for me personally, never look back. Tremendous, tremendous trade. In our trade specifically, there are so many different facets you can get into. Whether it be management. We actually have people doing building it's BIM. They do like technology-based piping systems, 3D models of buildings and how they operate and all that stuff. And so you may have gone through an apprenticeship and learned out in the construction site, how to do the trade, but you may end up, your career may take a different path. You may end up in front of a computer or something like that. But just a lot of different areas we work in. So I think the trade is just something, the trades in general, just something to consider. Absolutely consider. I think that we're gaining a little bit more profile in the schools just by doing things like this, but the awareness of not just the earning potential, but just the uniqueness of the trades and how fulfilling and rewarding a career it can be. So that's kind of what I have for now. Yeah.
Can you talk to the group a little bit about the characteristics that you look for in candidates for the apprenticeship program? I know you always look for good communication skills, excitement, certainly a commitment to work, but what are some of the other indicators that they might be able to identify that would make them successful in an apprenticeship program?
Being dedicated and working hard is paramount. We also say that we do want people to have some math skills and things that we need for our trades, but I would say the number one thing that I look for, and it is possibly work ethic related, but number one thing is going to be attendance. We need you to be there. Punctuality. You may be on a job site that starts at 6 a.m. They need you there at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. or 8 a.m., whenever the job starts. Those are the big things that we look for in the trade. Attendance is huge. I can tell you, most people have pretty strong work ethics. Most people, if they enjoy what they're doing, they're going to pick it up. They're going to learn it. They're going to do well at it. Attendance is it. You have to be motivated. You have to get up and get there and do the job. That's the main thing that I see, Len.
So I know you mentioned that your program offers a pre-apprentice program. So what age would they be eligible for a pre-apprentice program?
18, unless they're in a Department of Labor approved statewide earn and learn program that involves some facet of the trades. Okay. And then that would be 17, and they could actually do that in between their junior and senior year. But they have to be in one of those programs, one of those vocational programs at their school.
So those areas, career centers and vocational programs that are in your area, I think if you have an interest in the building trades, you might want to look at that through your school corporation. Those programs are a great training ground where you can kind of get familiar with, do you like working with your hands? Do you like working with tools? And I think those are just great places for you to really look at the construction trades and see if it might be a good fit. I know a lot of areas, I think I see Tippecanoe County on the call today. The Tippy Building Trades Association is hosting their Construction Expo event. It's a 7-week program where students can come in, talk to apprentice training coordinators, and they have hands-on activities that can kind of orient you to what all the 14 different building trades do. John, what are the minimum requirements for application? 18?
Yeah, I touched on that a little bit, but yeah, you 18 years old at the start of apprenticeship. You can be 17 and apply, but you have to be 18 to start an apprenticeship program. You need to be either a high school graduate or have a GED. We either need your GED scores or your high school transcripts. And then there is the Workkeys testing. You have to have passing scores on that. And that is something that you can, we do have some people that have to take it a few times to get those scores, but that's okay. And that's pretty much it. Most every trade requires a drug screening prior to starting, but that's pretty much what's required to apply for the program.
So I think also a valid driver's license, reliable transportation.
Absolutely. Sorry I missed that, Len. That is absolutely a fact. You do have to get so in the construction industry, that's one thing that's unique and neat is you don't know necessarily what job site you're going to be at each day. It can change. You might be on the same job site for a year at a time. That's not common, but it could happen. But you do need to have a driver's license, absolutely, valid driver's license, and you do need to have transportation. Yeah, it'd be very difficult if you're relying on rides to get to the job sites.
Well, that kind of ties in with that commitment to being on time. You got to make sure your car is running and that you have a license to be on time.
Absolutely.
So I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Indiana Careers in Construction Association's Built to Succeed program. So as I mentioned, Built to Succeed was established really as a recruiting partner for all of the 14 different building trades in the state. So we work with all of the training coordinators in the 60 different training facilities from South Bend to Evansville and Terre Haute to Richmond. But I've just dropped some information into the chat and shared our builttosucceed.org website and want to talk a little bit about some of the resources that are available there. So those are career exploration tools that are available to students, adults, any individual that's really interested in looking into the 14 different trades. So under the career tab on that website, there's a landing page for each of the different programs we have that really go into what does an iron worker do? What's the daily skills that you have to, that you will learn through an apprentice program that'll make you a successful iron worker. It talks about the different types of projects that you can work on. And that information is available for all the 14 different trades there. So I would love for all of you to, to invite you to visit that. There's also additional videography that talks about what young people see as valuable in their apprenticeship program.
Len, I could add to that just briefly is about the different trades and the explanations there on that website. The thing is, a lot of times young people might know, hey, I like doing mechanical things, or I like welding, or I like these. With that information, they could see what trade would fit the interests that they have. Sorry, Len, thank you.
No, but John, that's a great point, because really there are so many different opportunities in the construction industry. You need to figure out what fits you and what you're passionate about. It's more important than you like what you're doing. If you know what you like, to find the program that's going to fit you the best. So also, I know that we have some other extension staff at the different sites around the state. There's also resources available for you on the website. There are the videography. We have a YouTube channel with a lot of videography. But I think it could also be a good resource for teachers and extension staff as well. The most important thing on that website is there is a common application. ICCA was founded to really consolidate the building apprentice application process. So if you are interested in 2 or 3 different programs, or if you know what you want to do, you can complete the online application at builttosucceed.org. And at that point in time, that puts you directly in touch with me. I'm the one who responds to all those inquiries. But I will connect you with the training coordinator in your area and in the programs that you're interested in. And that's really the direct connect, where you can start talking to those training coordinators They can answer questions about the program. They can answer questions that you might have concerns about the program, just making sure that it's a good fit for you. So I don't know, Danielle, do we have the ability to answer questions today?
Yeah, absolutely. So they can all hear you, and they'll just unmute their mics with their answers.
Okay, so do we have anybody at the different sites that their parents are actively working in the construction industry? Uncles or parents?
We have a couple over here.
My dad's an electrician.
Fantastic. So those students already understand kind of how the programs work and what the benefits are. Can you tell me where their parents are working? Are they working in the residential market? Are they working in the commercial market? I know we've got Tippecanoe County on here, so there might be some people working on Purdue's campus right now. They've got a lot of work going on.
He works on residential, mostly new construction for houses.
Okay, and are you considering going into the electrical field?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we would love to hear from you either at the information that I shared or on the website. I hope you'll check it out. Anybody else today? Greene County want to share anything?
I can just reiterate to all of them that there are tremendous opportunities right now available in the construction industry. And it is a very rewarding field to get into, and not just financially. It is something that is very, when you look back and see what you've done, what you've built, there's not a better feeling. I think every construction tradesman always has a little bit of pride when they go past a project that they worked on or helped build. So I just want to tell everyone that this is something to absolutely consider. Absolutely.
Yeah, so John has always been with the plumbers and steam fitters. I actually started out in a pipe fabrication shop for a sprinkler contractor. And I was able to, I feel like I just took every opportunity I could to take an advancement or to learn more about the industry. So I started out in a fab shop. I worked in an accounting department for a while. I went into purchasing and supply chain from there. Then somebody found out I might be good at marketing. So I made the switch to marketing and business development. And now I've been fortunate enough to join the ICCA and really be able to get out and talk to students and young adults that are interested in careers in construction. So Danielle, I don't think anybody has any other questions that I've seen come through the chat. Is there anything you or the other coordinators would like to talk about, or we'll let you get back to lunch in the build?
Well, I just want you to know that your postcard was handed out at 2 of the host sites. I couldn't get them to the other 2, so I've mailed them to each of the homes of the youth participating. So Lynn's contact information and information about the Built to Succeed program is on those postcards, and then the ones that will be coming to the homes. So they definitely will have that in front of them to think about for the future.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. John, do you have any closing statements?
I think I kind of made them earlier, but thank you so much for having us and providing that information to them. A huge opportunity for them.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us today, and it helps us tie all of the things together that they're doing today and can do in the future. So we really appreciate you.
All right, have a great weekend. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, we have about 15 more minutes until our scheduled lunch break. You can continue working, and we'll see how things go here shortly. But we will plan to put our houses together after lunch at some point and then begin coding. So is there anyone ready or to the point that all of their walls are created? Oh, okay. We have one in Tippy. Good job. No, that's okay. You're totally fine. It's definitely a learning curve to get this together. So we will spend as much time as we need to on that. So while you're working, I'm going to play again the video from the Indiana Electric Cooperatives. I know some of you may not have seen it the first time that I played it, so I'm going to do it again.
Electric power. It's everywhere. It enhances our lives in so many ways. But that wasn't always the case. Those living in the city were enjoying electricity's conveniences, unlike those in rural communities. At that time, building power lines out to less populated areas was a cost most electric companies didn't want to incur. In the 1930s, a group of farmers and rural families banded together to bring electricity to areas where there was none, with the common goal of making their lives, their neighbors' lives, and ultimately their entire community better. They formed electric cooperatives. Electric cooperatives, or REMCs, are not-for-profit electric utility companies. In Indiana, there are now 38 electric cooperatives across the state, providing power to more than 1 million rural and suburban Hoosiers. Some cooperatives are even providing internet to rural areas that other companies wouldn't bother to reach. One of the main focuses of electric cooperatives is to develop their community and future leaders like you. As a young Hoosier, you're the future of our state and our communities. You have the power to make a positive impact, and you can change your community for the better. As you think about your future, consider a career at an electric cooperative. Cooperatives not only need line workers, they need communicators, technology experts, engineers, customer service representatives, finance professionals. I think you get the idea. No matter what interests you have, there's an opportunity for you. Learn more about what it's like working for electric cooperatives and the variety of careers they offer, maybe even right in your hometown, at wepowerindiana.org, or follow Indiana Electric Cooperatives on social media. At the end of the day, electric cooperatives stand by the purpose they were founded on nearly 100 years ago, bringing power to the people and making their communities better places to live.
Okay, I know it's getting pretty close to lunchtime. So at this time, I'm just going to pause the recording.
So we came up with a few lists of words to try and practice with and use as a group. I always find it most interesting to have two people come up with a word, and then if they think of one in their head without saying anything out loud, and then they say them both, then it's probably going to be very different and very hard to get to. So that's my favorite way to come up with the words. But me and Thomas have put together some words of different difficulties. Some easier ones like toothbrush and walrus. I mean, it doesn't sound easy, but trust me, we tested them all out. Toothbrush and walrus. Like, if I don't know how you've been doing groups so far. If you want to give it a try, we can go ahead and try some little circular. Yeah, we can try it out. I don't know how you guys have been leading the games in the previous sessions.
No, that's great. So you explained it, and then each of the host site leaders or educators have like a handout that gives your instructions too. And so this morning they just led them in their counties, and we kind of just watched.
Okay.
But if you want them to say the words, if you want them to unmute their mics, we can have them do that too.
Yeah, you can do it in your own county group. You can also, this game also works very well virtually too. So if you wanted to play it with the other counties, that also works by having a rep come up each time.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, but whatever you guys prefer, honestly.
That would be a great way to get them to work together.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas will be right back.
Yes. I don't know how easy it is for you guys to get to your mics, or I can post what we have in the chat. I don't know if you have I think all the words were given on the sample page, but I can post them in the chat too, just in case. And you can play it individually as well. I don't know which one. I can't see all the counties even.
So we have Tippecanoe, Greene, Hamilton, and Steuben County, but then we have some folks at home too.
Okay, great. Well, then the folks at home can play as well if we have on the virtual group. I like that one, Greene County. That's a good one. You guys, that's very efficient too. You got it all the way down to 4 words. Impressive. I love that photosynthesis. That is perfect right there. That fits fantastic.
I think Tippy's joining in. I've never heard of this game before, so this is interesting.
I love to play it with, I always played it with campers at 4-H camp, and
good idea.
Yeah, they really liked it because sometimes, whenever you do it where you just go in a circle and each person gets to pick it individually, some campers like to throw it off by throwing one kind of far out there away from the goal, which is a good way to play too, because then some people are trying to get back and others are leading away, and it's just so crazy how it can go.
Looks like we have some great additions.
Oh my, 3 words. I am impressed. I am impressed.
Welcome back, Thomas.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I have no idea how that happened.
So we have our responses in the chat. Oh, I guess you probably haven't seen them since you were logged out.
I just saw one, so I thought that was...
Yeah. Greene County has been a rock star on this.
They got
That's
down
awesome.
to 3 words. And,
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they even killed the hard ones. You know,
Really?
all the way down to 4. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It definitely took me and Thomas a little bit to work through all of these because
We had to make sure that they could be done in a certain amount of words.
Mhm.
Okay, that's creative.
Good job.
And I love this game because you can play it at there's so many different ways to play it. So you're never nailed down to anything. You can keep evolving it to however, oh, I like that. 3 right there. Wow. And you can just keep evolving it. Because some ways when you play it, you think it all the way out and you have the whole chain ready. Other ways, if you just have it one person at a time saying a word, 2 people aren't always thinking the same thing. So one person will go one way with it to try and get there, and then plans change.
Yeah.
Or if you have a very large group, sometimes I would have my campers race. So we'd go in, have 2 circles, and they would go independently, and we'd see who could get the answer the fastest.
Yeah. This is a really fun game to play in general because it piques that creative mindset of a lot of kids who don't get necessarily that opportunity to express that creativity. So it's solving puzzles in a creative way.
Puzzles with no physical pieces too. We gotta love
Exactly.
activities where you don't have to bring that much supplies.
It looks like Steuben is having a good conversation on the game. I wish we could hear what you came up with.
Yeah.
Oh, we might.
We're working on the pencil case to fire alarm. I think we finally got it.
Oh,
Got it?
we'd love to hear it.
Yes.
Okay. So we did pencil case to fire. No,
Wood.
pencil. Pencil. then wood,
Fire.
and
Fire
then
alarm.
fire alarm.
Yes, I love it. How many was that? That wasn't even,
That was 4.
that was
Uh,
5.
4. 5. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I miscounted there. I heard pencil and pencil case.
That's
I counted
still
1 for that.
fantastic though.
Yeah, it is.
I like this last one that just came in. It reminds me of the Wheel of Fortune, like before and after game where the 3 words correlate together. Obviously, this is what that is, but that one was a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
Icing the store. That is creativity right there.
Because it wasn't always icing, was it? Or I'm thinking of Claire's, maybe. Are they similar?
I'm not sure I know.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I just think it's funny because it's like the word means 2 things, so it's like a perfect for this game.
Yeah.
Do we have any last minute contenders?
From what it looks like, Green and Tippecanoe got to the last 2 before I got here. I don't know about the other counties yet because I didn't see most of them, but those were the last ones on our list, right? Yeah, they were. So
Took on the challenge.
We had some good ones. Greene County started out with toothbrush, teeth, tusks, and walrus. And then
Nice.
smoothie, fruit, plant, photosynthesis, light, and lampshade. And then Tippy put in there smoothie, orange, bright, light, lampshade, or smoothie, blender, electric, lampshade.
Nice.
Yeah, really good ones.
The creative ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great job. Y'all did amazing.
Do you have any wrap-up questions? Emily and Thomas?
Yeah, we do. How might you use such an activity with a group of your peers, maybe at school or your 4-H clubs? I don't know if you guys, I can answer that if that, oh no, here we go. Yes, I love that. Greene County, definitely getting people to laugh. It can go in lots of funny directions, so 100% second that.
Tippecanoe had a really good point there as well. It's like with younger kids, it really helps with different vocabulary words and things that can help you learn what words may correlate to other words, just a simple learning fashion, which I think is really neat. Another question we have is, did any of you find it somewhat challenging? If you did, why is that? if you didn't, why do you think it was so easy?
Well, I'll go. For me, it was hard because I had never seen this game before. So it took a while after reading the responses to figure out, oh, that's what they mean. And so then after that, I was like trying to put words together to solve the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Emily said earlier, we both did have a difficult time figuring out. We just came up with things and then tried them. We didn't like find a path beforehand. We came up with cotton and beluga whale, and we just like, okay, how do we make this work? We actually went the route of a stuffed animal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
But everyone else here just goes to the color, which is perfectly fine. And I think that's what is I think that is what is so neat about this activity, is it can help you show differences in how people think.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because none of the answers were really the same, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
They actually had like a double answer. The Tippecanoe, they had 2 routes from smoothie to lampshade. Yeah.
Well, cool.
Great.
Thank you so much, Thomas and Emily. We really enjoyed that little icebreaker to kick off our afternoon, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right, friends, how are we doing with our build? Are we about 75 to 90% done? Yeah, okay. I see some heads nodding. That's good. What do you think? Do we need about 30 more minutes or longer? Okay, you just give me a signal when you're ready, and then we'll move on to putting the house together. Awesome. Hamilton County's ready. Greene County, are you ready? Steuben, how about you? No, oh, you're fine. No worries. No worries. All right. So we are about 50% there, which is totally fine. And my iPad charged up, so we're good to go, and you can see my desk again. Oh, good. Okay, perfect.
Danielle, were you asking if we're done with all of the base and wall pieces?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Okay, how do you think we're going? I don't think we're ready.
Okay, that's not a problem. We'll spend a little bit more time on it.
Okay.
And to be honest, everything in the curriculum takes 18 hours, and we're crunching all of the big things down into 4. So don't worry if this is, if it's not done. So that's fine. Just know that everyone has their books that they can take home and do the activities at home if they want to. And I know we won't get done coding all the sensors today, so you'll definitely get to take those home and learn how to code them from your books. Do you think we're good to start putting the walls together? Yeah? All right, I'm going to share my desktop. Okay, so on my desk, I have all 5 pieces laid out, and I wish this was a different direction, but so you can see the base is right here in the middle. And then I have the window and the doorway are opposite of each other, and the 2 walls are opposite of each other. And basically, you're just going to start putting them together corner by corner. And you can see that the walls and the either the door or the window have an overlapping edge to them. So you can put them together. You can see that they fit together just like that. And then you're just going to glue them to the base. And then the other walls have the same feature. There's an overlapping edge. I need to turn this around. Just like that. So you can begin gluing. If it's easier to glue those 2 first and then put them onto the house, however you want to do it. The sandpaper will come in handy if you have excess glue somewhere that's keeping your walls from being straight or sticking together perfectly. You can sand that down. However, it's not necessary. And this is where that corner piece comes in handy. If you want to put your walls at a right angle, you can just put it down there on the table in the corner and then hold them square and then spray them or glue them and spray them. And if your house isn't completely square, that's okay. I can see mine definitely is not. Uh-oh. But when it gets done, then this is how it looks. And you'll want to reinforce the joints because when we start putting sensors in the house, you're likely going to break some of your studs, or some joints could come apart. So reinforce your joints as much as you can. Another reason to reinforce your joints, I don't know if any of you have younger brothers or sisters at home, but a 2-year-old is definitely strong enough to take this apart. With the last one I built, one wall is completely missing. All right, it looks like a lot of you have gotten yours together. Awesome. What do you think? Did you like the building process? It turned out okay? Good deal. Does anyone need a little bit more time? Thumbs up if you do. Yeah, okay, cool, no problem. All right. So I know some of you are still working and that's okay. But those of you who can, we're going to start checking out the things that are going to make this house work. So what can you tell me about robots and computers? Well, since many of you are working, I'll help you along. Robots and computers will only do as they are told. So much like the smart things we were talking about, smart homes earlier this morning, they only work how they're programmed and what we tell them to do. And this is how people can communicate with computers, is by using code and coding those devices and items to make them do what we want. And code is basically just a set of instructions that computers can understand, but everything has to be in the correct sequence. So we'll find this out as we're beginning to code today, that if things aren't just right, our code won't work as it should. And Jenny Monarch McGuire can attest to this. Earlier this week, our code sometimes just went haywire and our microbits lit up and did things that we weren't telling it to do. So we'll get through this and we'll troubleshoot, but I think it'll be a fun experience. So in your boxes, and at this point, all you'll need are the microbit that's in your box. It's in this green box right here. And then the smart home kit that is in the blue box. And I'll tell you a little bit about this stuff. The microbit is just a mini computer, and it will only do what we tell it to do, but it can do a lot of things. How many of you are familiar with microbit? How about block coding? Block coding, anyone? I see a few hands. Awesome, awesome. Well, all of you are going to become familiar with it by the time you leave here today. So the microbit is going to serve as our computer. Basically, it can do a lot of things, but it has 25 LEDs on it that if you were to just go into the microbit website and start programming, you could see things coming through on the LEDs. You can write messages, you can make it turn into a compass, you can play rock, paper, scissors with it. I just encourage you to check out that microbit website when you have time outside of our coding today and see all the things that it can do, because these are yours to take home, and I encourage you to do that. So in the sensor kit, we are going to be using a few of the sensors today, but this is a really cool package of things that you can use at home. And what we're going to be using today, if we get to all the things, which I'm hopeful, first we're going to use the crash sensor, and that's going to help us with our doorbell. We're also going to be using the temperature sensor and the motor with the fan. There's also a rainbow LED and a light sensor. And so that one is going to be the light in our home, and it's going to change colors depending on the amount of ambient light in the room. And then some other things that are in this box are a noise sensor. There's a motor, and that motor is going to, oh, sorry, we've already talked about the fan. There's a soil moisture sensor. So if you want to build a plant watering system at home with your microbit, you can do that. There's a pump, and then the relay board that we'll be using to plug in the circuits. So right now, I would like for you to open the sensor kit box, and you're going to pull out the sensor that is on the top row and second to the left. It looks like it has a button on it. And then also pull out the relay, which is, I wish I could show you this better, but it has all the pins on it that you'll be using to plug in the circuit. And then underneath this tray, you will find a bag full of wires. It also has the fan blades on it, and it has a USB plug-in as well. And so you'll need that bag Everything else can stay in the box. Okay, so I'm going to start sharing my screen and let's talk about this. So some of you said that you had coded before with block coding. So let's look at this block coding example and we'll just kind of go through what these components are. So in the microbit website that we'll be going to, you'll have a set of, well, I'll show you. I know they have a technical name for them, but basically a set of components that you'll be using to create your block coding. So you'll have a couple loops, or Rachel, if you're there, do you want to chime in on what the technical terms of these mean? So you'll see a couple things here. On start, there's a block for on start, and then another one for forever. So on start, where it says set pin, pull pin P13 to up, what do you think this means?
Danielle, I'm sorry, I was not paying attention.
No, you're fine. The on start and the forever, what are those blocks called? I guess all of these blocks are, don't they have a term?
They do.
Okay.
And if you hadn't asked me, I would be able to remember it. Events. They are events.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. So when we look at this code, overall, what do you think this program is going to do? Anyone? Well, for starters, we have the set pull pin to up. So this pull pin is the crash sensor that we're going to be using. And so up means that it has not been pressed. And then the forever loop, this means that anytime this sensor is pushed, then it's going to do something. So this will happen forever and ever, every time you push it until you tell it, basically you don't want it to do it anymore. So in this code, what pin should the push button be connected to? Anyone? The push button will be connected to P13. So on your relay, you can see there's 3 rows. There's yellow, red, and black rows of pins. And you can see above them, they're numbered 1 through 16. So this means that we will be plugging in our crash sensor or our push sensor to pin number 13. And this will happen with these female wires. And so these wires have 3 holes on each end, and they easily plug into the crash sensor and it snaps in. So there's only one way that it'll plug into the crash sensor. And then when you go to plug it into the relay, you'll notice that these wires are also colored in the same sequence. So you'll need to make sure that the color on the pin matches the colors on the wire. So yellow will be up and you'll plug it in to pin 13. So there's instructions that go along with this. In this code, can you tell me which block indicates where the sound will come from? Or when it tells it to play a sound? Okay, so in the forever loop, this will play a sound in the if then loop where it says if this pin 13 is 0, then the melody da-da-dum will play one time. So the melody can be changed and you'll get to see that as well. So we're going to be building our doorbell for our house. This is the first sensor that we'll be building. And for this, you'll need the microbit, you'll need the sensor. We're going to plug this into the computer while we're working. So right now we don't need the battery pack or the batteries, but we will need the connecting wires, those yellow, red, and black wires. So let's put this together. Just pretend right now that your microbit is, well, we're not going to use the batteries, but we are going to plug it into your computer or tablet eventually. So right now, let's just focus on plugging in your microbit to your relay. And the way that works is it plugs in. I'm going to stop sharing real quick. It actually just plugs into the top. You'll see this gold side with numbers on the bottom of it. And you'll just plug it into the top like that. If you can see. Awesome. So then you'll want to make sure your black, red, and yellow wires are distinctly plugged into the correct colors on the relay. And then plug in your sensor.
Wait, Danielle.
Yeah.
We got lost a little bit after you plugged it in.
Okay, plug that in. Well, we plugged it into where?
Okay, that. They're discussing. Hold on, sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. So they plugged in the microbit and that's plugged into the relay. And then they're using the wires, the yellow, red, and black wires to plug in the sensor to the port 13 or pin 13.
Okay, and then what did you do after that?
That I'm done. Once I've plugged everything in, I'm done. Yep.
Okay.
I wish I could see all of you, but we can't. So now, once that's plugged in, why don't you all go to the website called microbit.org. And these instructions are they also begin on page 105 of your book. So if you follow along on page 105, then you can start coding your doorbell code. When you get to the microbit website, it's going to look much like this. I guess I should say it will look like this. So from there, you're going to say, let's code. And you're going to choose the make code editor. The cool thing about microbit is that if you're proficient in Python, you can also code in Python, which is awesome. In the make code editor for microbit, you'll just click on a new project. And I did this a little bit ago, and I named it Smarthouse. So once you name it, it's going to take you to the screen where you're going to start building your code. And you'll see on the left-hand side, here is a replica of a microbit. So you don't necessarily have to have the microbit in your hand to code. You can see your code read out on the microbit website, which is really cool. But I want to make sure that you have all of the events that you need to write your code. So I may be going a little fast, and I'm happy to repeat this. Up in the top right-hand corner, there's a little gear that says more. Or when you hover over it, it says more. And from there, I want you to choose extensions because we need to add some features to the list. And in the extensions, we need to find the Smarthouse extension. Oh, sorry, Smart Home. It's called Smart Home. And we need to add that because they have created some great events, some blocks that you'll be using to for your smart home. Okay. So before we start writing our code, let's go ahead and plug in our microbit into our computers. So you'll see on this white USB cable, obviously the USB goes into the port on your computer. And then the other end that looks slightly like a charger plugs in into the top of your microbit. And when you plug it into your computer, it may need to install it to recognize it, but everything should be plug and play.
Excuse me. How did you get to that smart thing area, smart house area?
Yeah, so there's a gear up here in the right that's next to Microsoft, and you need to click the extensions button.
Okay.
And then in extensions, type in Smart Home. And when you type in Smart Home, you'll have this button. And once you click on it, it'll go ahead and add the smart home elements to your coding. And Rachel, forgive me if I don't use the correct terms.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem. Okay, so let's get started. So with this code, on start, we're saying set the pull pin to pin 13 to up. So the pull pin this is a good time to figure out what the variables are, the different things that you can add into your code. So you can just go through all of these and check them out. So Rachel, do you want to help me with this? Okay.
Hey, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
No, no, you're fine. I figured it out. Okay, so you're going to want to go into variables, and then you're going to make a variable. And so I made a variable and I typed in pull pin, and then these other ones came up that says set pull pin to 0, and I'm going to try this. So we need to know the pin number though. No, that's not what I want. Set pull pin. So what do you think, Rachel? What would be the best way to do that?
Okay, I'm going to ask for a little background because I honestly was on the other side of the room.
That's okay. So we have this crash sensor and our pin, our code. I'll show you what our code looks like. Oops. We want it to look like this. Set pull pin P13 to up.
And that's on start. Okay.
On start. Yep.
Okay.
So since it's red, I assumed we would be doing variables.
Yes. And pull pin, correct.
But it doesn't change it. Oh, here, pins. Here, friends. Look at
there we
this.
go. I'll be honest,
You're
I've used
fine. You're doing
microbits a little, but not a lot. So
that's okay.
Oh, here it is.
So digital right pin. I know the verbiage is not the same.
Is this the doorbell?
This is okay. Here it is. Here it is. Under more. So you're going to advanced, then pins, and then more. Set pull pin is in there. So then pull it out or grab it and then put it on start. And then choose P13. So once again, in the list, the advanced, you're going to open that up, choose pins, and then choose more. And then it's a little ways down towards the bottom. Set pull pin, and then choose that for your code. Rachel, you didn't know you were going to get pulled into this, did you?
I didn't. And I was like in the middle. Okay, no, you're good.
No.
Actually, I needed a break. So this is fabulous.
You're fine.
Much
You're
more
fine.
fun.
Okay, so now on the forever loop, we need an if-then statement. So we are going to choose this first one. And so if something is true, then we are going to make something happen. So here we are going back to our pins. So we've put this if-then statement in there and back to our pins. We need this one, this digital read pin. We're going to choose it and it's going to go into maybe. You know what? First, we need to add another piece to this. First, we need to add some logic to this. So we need something equal to something. I'm going to try this one and put it in there. And then this digital read pin is going to be in there. So we're saying now that if the digital read pin P13 is equal to 0, then we're going to find some music. We're going to play a melody. This is such a cool element because you can make the melody whatever you want just by pressing these buttons, or you can go into the gallery and choose any of them. I tried putting Old MacDonald in here and I didn't have enough spaces. And this was back when we did the training. So you can put whatever you want in there. And so I'm going a little fast and I'm happy to repeat, but I'm excited to test this to see if this works. So we're going to play a melody and then we need, oh, you know what? I apologize. I chose the wrong melody. We need the advanced melody because we want to say if we want it to repeat or not. So let's pull this out. I'll delete this one. And then here's where you can choose a different melody. So then you can, since your microbit is connected, you can download to the microbit and you can see that it's working. You may have to do a couple things. There's a couple ways. If you can pair it directly, that'll be the easiest way. Otherwise, you'll have to drag the file that you download. You'd have to drag it into your microbit on the USB port. Can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So for some reason, I have this little yellow screen that says, please move this window away from the shared application. So that's
Quick question.
yeah.
A couple of ours got a little behind. We had to go get another computer. So
That's okay.
Under on start, the set pull pin P13 to up.
Yeah.
Can you show them how to do that one more time?
Sure, absolutely. So it's down here in advance.
Oh, 1 second, please.
Okay.
Mine, I can do this. Okay. Maybe from the beginning.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
So
all right, thank you.
No problem. To the MakerBit website, microbit.org.
Yes, we have gotten there.
Okay, and is your screen just like this?
Yep.
Okay, and then you've gone to the little gear icon to the right and chosen the smart home elements.
Have you done this on this computer yet, guys?
Yeah, we did on
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
great.
we're good.
Okay, so then you're ready. You have on start and you have forever on your screen. So on start, in order to get the pull pin, you're going to go to advanced and then pins and then click more. And then under more, you're going to go scroll down towards the bottom and choose set pull pin. It says P0 to up, and you're going to drag that into your code.
Did you see that? This computer's backwards with mine, and I am struggling. Oh, okay, I see it.
Okay, good.
And then under advanced.
Okay.
Oh man, that's not what I wanted. I hope I didn't lose it. Okay, I didn't. Good deal. Okay. So then in the forever block, we're going to go find some logic. And this logic is the if then statement. So go ahead and drag that in.
Okay. Logic, if then statement.
And that goes into the forever block.
Okay.
And then you're going to go back to that same logic list and choose this first comparison where 0 equals 0. And put that in where it says true.
Put that in where it says true. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So now we're going to go back to the advanced and to the pins and to more. No, sorry, just pins. And we're going to choose digital read pin, this first one.
What was the first there it was. Pins
and then you're going to put it into that first 0.
Okay.
And so after that, then you're going to go find your music. So this music event that we're going to put in there is towards the bottom. So I chose the wrong one at first, but it's under melody advanced. And we're going to choose start melody where it says repeating once.
Oh, there it is.
And then you're going to drag that into below then, or below that first statement.
Start melody repeating once. Okay.
Yep. Okay. So now you're ready to download the code to your microbit. And so you can go down here to these 3 dots and say download to microbit. And this will allow you to connect directly to your microbit since it knows it's plugged in. Or when you download it, you can drag the file to your microbit.
Okay.
So when that happens, when this gets done downloading, I should be able to push my button and the melody bada bing or bading should play.
It's forever.
Yes. Well, I'm kind of getting it, so.
Well, sometime today.
Okay, so Pat.
Oh, you can search, that would be.
I think you are logged into.
What's that if true?
Okay, it says download complete. Does everyone hear that? That's my doorbell.
That gets changed to 13.
How did she add the digital?
And then forever.
Add the what?
The digital read pin. That's in the pins.
Oh,
The first one in the pins. Oh, But he needs the comparison first. He needs to add this 0 = 0 first.
And then you want.
And that's in logic.
Pins. Okay. Digital, something, digital read pins. No, that says digital read pen.
Yeah. Do you have this comparison first, the 0 = 0?
I figured this out.
I thought we got the 0 = 0, and then you put the digital read
This
pen
is
in
still
the first one. Then you go to the pins tab and it says, you gotta make a little,
I can't see
equals
that
0,
last name.
then start melody. Start
Maddie, where did the if thing come from? Logic.
That's in logic. So,
Yeah.
and then it says, if like, not true. If no, it is true. Then we're answering true. Yeah, if true, then blank. And then you're gonna go to the. Like, oh yeah, and then you put that in. Maddie, I think it downloaded on yours. I think. Okay, can you push the button? Or you might go to math and then put.
No compatible. Why?
And
So then every time you change your code and you want to see if it works, you'll have to re-download it to your microbit.
Okay.
So I changed my melody to ringtone.
Hey, what was the comparison, like 0 = 0? Like, was it?
Yeah, it's in logic. So you'll find it in logic right here. And then you'll drag that digital read pin into the first 0.
I was like, and then yeah, and then I need to take this for the first one.
I guess I'll try other side.
And then it says start melody. So I think you do it here. And then you kind of go and then go down to close to bottom. When they're doing the sermon, right? Connected to this. And then it doesn't need to have that. Yes. Okay. So. Did you say that worked? So what do? I have. Do I push this little? I'm not sure. What?
That's all I'm trying to figure out.
And then, what
Yeah.
ringtone do I want?
I can choose whatever you want.
It's this one. What?
Okay, Danielle, we need some problem solving.
Yeah.
I think that we have everything, your code, like your picture here.
Okay.
Maybe, like, do we have the wrong sensor? We've downloaded, we've got 5 laptops and not one has the right, we haven't, I mean, it says download, but so we are.
Okay.
So maybe what we didn't.
So some, like my computer recognized it and I connected directly to the microbit, but for others, you may find it in your downloads folder, and you'll have to, let me change the way I'm sharing. I'm going to share something different here. I'm just going to share my entire screen. So you may find it in your downloads folder, and then you'll have to drag that file into this microbit where it's plugged in to that port. So I know this one is not, well, it is that file, microbit Smarthouse. So what I would do is just drag it, click and drag it down to microbit.
Down.
Okay, maybe from the very beginning, which one are we supposed to be plugged into? The flapper do or the one that shows on the screen here?
Let me see what you're showing, what you have.
Are we supposed to be plugged into this, into the
Yeah.
computer?
No,
Okay,
so you're right. You have it plugged in correctly. And then the microbit's plugged into the laptop. Oh,
Right.
I see. You need to plug your microbit into that relay. Is it plugged into the relay?
Is that
Yeah, here we go, friends.
You've got to attach these two pieces.
Yes. I don't know why. Yeah, you want to plug in the microbit.
how?
Plug it in right into the relay.
Oh, so we need another, so we're gonna have two red, yellow, black cables.
No, this is just one. This is that sensor, but the microbit plugs in and plugs and unplugs and plugs in, and then your cord, your USB cord will plug into your microbit.
Okay, can you turn the
Yeah.
the blurry thing off, please?
Here, Malia, it should look like this.
Right here. Oh, I see it. Right here.
So there will be the two dots there at the top of the microbit, and the white cord will be plugged into that and into your computer.
Don't worry about this. Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
then
we
this is
had
the-
microbit plugged in backwards. FYI, it will fit the other way.
Oh,
Make sure
okay.
that that's all right. And we did have that issue of it downloading to our laptop and had to drag it to our
Okay.
D folder. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Like this? I was like a little credit card type of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I am not the best teacher, evidently. Oh my goodness. You guys are rock stars.
Whoa.
You got it. Okay, so now plug your white cord into the microbit on top.
So unplug that and plug it. So I unplug this here and plug it into the top.
Uh-huh. Yep. Yep.
There we go.
There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I would love to hear those doorbells. I'm sure you're hearing a lot of them, even though I can't.
It sounds kind of like scary.
Yeah, it does.
Awesome.
They're not the accent, don't you?
Hey,
Awesome. Okay. So something important to know that when you close out a microbit, this coding website, there's no way to create an account, so it's not going to save. What you'll have to do is come down here and save this file to your computer if you want to work on it again. Okay. So then when you come back, you can re-import it. And I hope I'm not lying to you. You can re-import it to microbit and continue working, or you can start over, however you want to do. So if you're ready to move on to the light, keep your doorbell plugged in. We'll just use another port. Don't delete any of the work that you created because we want to keep that on the code. So your doorbell code, if it's good to go, let's just drag the screen around and we'll add some more code to the screen. So what you'll need now, I'm going to stop sharing real quick and show you the sensors. There's two sensors. One that looks much like an LED light. However, that is the light sensor. So you'll need this sensor and you will also need this sensor. This is your LED light. It has 3 colors to it. So this one and this one. And that means you'll need 2 more wires.
if you go here.
Can you hold those up one more time, please?
Yeah, yep. They're both in the top row of the box. So now we're going to be wiring the lights for our house. So we'll think about this code. And that one's broken. No, it's not. So we'll have a new set of code that says on start, there's this Neopixel that we'll put in at pin 3. And that is our light. That's our LED. So that's the one that's flat. It doesn't look like a light itself. It's tricky. It kind of tricks you because the one that looks like a light is actually the light sensor. So that one will go into pin 3. And then we can use pin 4 for the light sensor. So for our code, we'll say the Neopixel at pin 3, it has one LED in an RGB format or a GRB format. And then in the forever loop, this is when the level of light that changes. So whether it's bright or it's dark will change the color of the LED that it's emitting. So you'll just play around with how this works. So your forever loop basically says that it's going to look for the intensity of the light that's in pin 4, and that's where your light sensor is. And then if that light is less than 35, whatever 35 is, then the LED is going to show the color white. But if it's more than 35, it's going to show the color black. So obviously black may be off, or I don't think it can do black, but that means that basically if the light is really bright, then this light is not going to come on. So I'm going to go back to make code. And this is also in your books. And you can go to page 113 to find the code for this. And if you can just copy the code from there. So we'll start with another on start, and we'll start with another forever loop. So on start, we need to go find not this LED. Variable set. Yeah, so we're going to go into the variables, and you can create one that's LED, or you can use we can just say LED. We'll create a variable that's LED. And so then it says set LED to, and this is what we want. So this is going to be an on start. It evidently does not like that. Why? Maybe
It's
You
never
can
gonna
only have
work.
one
You can only have
on
one
start at a
on start,
time.
because
You
otherwise
have to bring it
everything
to the
breaks.
first one.
so we need to, so you're saying we need to modify the first one?
No, you have to add it to that one.
Oh, you have to add it to that one. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So in the forever loop, this is where the Neopixel comes in. And not to mess up what you just did, but I was getting ahead of myself. So in the Neopixel, that's where you'll just go first and then find, it says set strip, but you need to change it to set LED. You can tell that I'm not quite familiar with all of the events on here, but we're getting through it. So on start, you need to add set LED to Neopixel at pin P3 and with one LED, and it's saying it's in the RGB format. So the Neopixel with one LED, this is your light. So this is the one where it says DO, VCC, and GND for ground, and it looks flat. This is where you're going to plug it in to pin P3. Okay. So that's plugged in. That sensor is ready. Now we're going to come down here to this forever loop. So we want to set a light with some intensity. Okay, so I think we can choose. No. We need a light.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that? You're cutting in and out.
Let's try this one more time.
Okay.
While you're doing that, can we see up like on
Yeah.
the on start?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm gonna move that. There we go. This will be easier. Okay. I wonder if I need to create a new variable. Set light to. We'll just move this up here. And so then we need to go into the smart home, and we want to find the value of light intensity at a certain pin. And we're going to put that into this 0. And so this will be pin number 4. So now the one that looks like a light, it's actually the light sensor, we're going to put into pin number 4. Okay, then we need some logic because we need something to happen. This time we're going to do the if then and the else conditional statement. So if something happens, we do something, and if it doesn't happen, we do something else. So we need to go back to our variable light. I apologize, we need to put some more logic in there. We need a comparison. This time we're going to do something is less than something, and we're going to put it right in here. And then we'll go back to our variables and pull our light, and our light will go in here. And so the code in the book says 35. I know my light is brighter than that in here, so I'm going to change the color to be something else. So now we need I don't know if this is the right one, Neopixel. Okay, so you'll find the next part of the code in the Neopixel section, and you'll choose this strip show color. And instead of strip, we're going to say LED. And if it's dark in the house, we're going to have it be white.
Hey Danielle, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. Okay, we have
No,
two
you're fine.
unique issues, I think. So we have one computer that if you have the smart home extension, then it won't let you also get the Neopixel. And then
Oh,
another one that has Neopixel, and now they can't get smart home.
Okay, never mind.
Any idea?
I think we're having the same problem. Neopixel is not in the menu.
It is green.
can we find that extension in here?
Okay, one
Okay,
is
my kids are saying you gotta add the extension of Neopixel.
Okay, good to know. So there is an extension Neopixel, and I just typed it in just as it says. It looks like it's the first one.
And then is there a special name for the smart home extension?
Nope, it's just called Smart Home.
Okay, because when I search for smart home, nothing comes up.
Okay, so all one word, Smart Home, and then this comes up.
Okay, at least now I know what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
I'll see if I can find it.
I hope you can. So then, if the color is brighter than 35, I'm going to say that the light is blue. This is where earlier this week things kind of got a little wonky. This is where the microbit didn't necessarily like the code. So we can troubleshoot what happens if it doesn't work. So I'm going to try mine. And you can test this by, if your room is really bright, hold the sensor in your hand to make it dark. But, oh, okay. So mine is shining blue right now. So it's saying that my light intensity is greater than 35. So now I'm going to put my hand over the sensor and it's still blue. I wonder if I need to lower my number or make it higher. I'm going to try this. Oh, okay. So I changed my number. Here I am getting excited, you guys. I changed my number to 50. And so without covering up the sensor, my light is blue because it's pretty bright in here. But when I cover up the sensor with my hand, my light turns white. And I know I'm sharing my screen, but if you can see me in my camera, I'm covering up my light and letting go, and my light is changing.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah.
We've got a computer that we added the extension Neopixel.
Okay.
And we tried to add the extension Smart Home, and it's telling him he has to remove Neopixel.
Yeah, keep your doorbell, but
Really? That's so weird.
Well, yeah, that's what we had to. And then Jagger just went farther down on his list, and Neopixel was actually still there. Even though it acted like it didn't want us to add it, it ended up adding it anyway.
Does that make sense, Kyle?
Okay.
Smarthouse isn't very smart at the moment.
Well, let's see what we can do.
So can
There's also
you?
Neopixel. I don't know.
I had Neopixel already when I logged into this. I wonder if you get out of Microbit and get back in. I know that you would probably have to put all the code back in there, but I wonder if you could just restart it. Let's say a new project. So when okay, so Neopixel is not there. I'm going to add smart home first. Okay, so when I added smart home, Neopixel showed up. So I added smart home first. Or I just went to another tab. Maybe instead of closing that tab, if he hasn't already, then just go to another tab. How's everyone doing? Are your lights working? I changed my colors to purple and green, and it's really fun to make them go back and forth. You can see in my camera. So for some reason, my Zoom keeps going in and out, but it looks like I'm still here, so that's good. Do you think we're ready to move on, or are we figuring out this code still? Oops.
Can we have like 2 more minutes?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Danielle, can
Yeah.
we start back to, we finally have, most people have the 2 extensions that they needed,
Oh, good.
and that's where we're at. Although
Okay.
if you could show us the Smarthouse extension again, the picture that we
Yeah.
showed before, that would be good. We got one more laptop to figure that
Okay.
out.
So that gear up at the top, click extensions, and then just type in smart home. And then it looks like this.
Danielle, can you help troubleshoot something for us?
Sure.
Okay, so on Jagger's, when we cover up his light sensor, the LED light should come on, correct?
Yes.
Here, okay. So when we
So-
cover it up, instead of the LED light coming on, we get a row of lights on the microbit to turn on.
Is your code similar to this?
Yes, the only difference is we're still at 35 and white. Well,
Okay.
35 white and black.
So
So all the pins
Origin-
are the same.
Okay, can you, so nothing's coming on your sensors. This is where we had some issues before. Why don't you unplug your microbit and plug it back in and then re-download the code.
Look at that.
Another thing I changed was the number. Instead of 35, I put 50, and that seemed to help mine better. And I noticed when I put the code like this and I cover it up to turn the light white, I do have some more lights that show up on my microbit, but my sensor and my LED are still working like they should. Tammy, did that seem to work for you?
Negative.
Ah,
Yeah, no, we're still trying to figure it out.
okay. How are the other host sites doing? Are you good? I can't see you. Well, do you guys want to move on to the fan? Or are you still working? Okay. Tippy, what can we help you with?
Yeah, we're hearing don't advance yet. We still
Okay.
Nobody's achieved this level yet.
Okay, no problem. Yes, definitely. This is where it got tricky earlier this week at our event. So if you want me to keep sharing the code, I'm happy to do that.
Saying.
Okay,
I'll make
quick
you walk.
question.
Yeah.
So they've re-downloaded again after doing their lights, and their doorbell works, but the lights aren't working.
Okay. Are the sensors plugged into the correct ports?
Yeah, it's like P3 and P4.
P3 and P4?
But are they the correct sensors?
Yeah.
So in P3, you should have the one that's pretty flat.
It's like not a square. It's like a square up top.
Yeah, yep. And then in P4, you should
is the one that looks like it has a little light on it.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
And
we've
so
got
then,
that.
so then what about this one isn't working?
The light's just not on.
The light's just not on. And so it's plugged into that pin all the way.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, they're down all the way.
Okay, and the yellow, red, and black are in sequence. Just troubleshooting all this stuff here.
Nope, you're good. Yep, they're right.
They're
all the
good.
way. We're having the same problem here. You're having the same problem there.
You can try a different port. So not knowing which one is bad at the moment, pull one out and put it into a different port, but then be sure to change the correct port on your code.
Yep. So just maybe like shift them over one to P5 and P4.
Sure. Sure. Or move your P4 to P5.
And then
Just move one at the moment.
Oh, that was on. It flashed. Did you see that flash? I don't know what just happened when I unplugged. Okay, when I plugged.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So P3 plugged in by itself, we get this.
Get a little.
A little
I
green
set my
light.
color to violet.
Green light, okay.
And so then
Oh, we don't even got the other thing plugged in.
if I plug P4 in,
My ports are just not working.
okay, it kept it on, it looks like.
I chose violet.
So this is still, Maddie, it is.
So when you cover up your sensor now, does that change? Does your light change?
Oh, like no.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Change the number, change your code. Did you change your code also when you changed the port?
Oh, I never changed the port, actually.
didn't.
I
Okay.
re-plugged it in and it started working.
Okay, so here, you're fine. Sometimes that happens. I initially had 35 here, but I changed it to 50. So why don't you change this number? And that's how I got mine to work, because otherwise my LED was not going off.
Okay, go down.
So what is that number? That's the,
She changed hers to 50.
That's the light intensity.
Okay.
So evidently, 35 is pretty dark. Or it's still pretty, I don't know how to describe it. My room is bright, but it's saying it was dark.
Yeah, I usually just drag it there.
Where did you find that 35 on the code things?
So this is in the comparison. So it would be 0 less than 0, and then I put this light variable in.
Yeah, like you go to logic, and then under logic, there's like a comparison tab.
Okay, Maddie, it says it's downloaded. So should it have changed?
Fingers crossed.
Let's see. Did your doorbell change?
I believe so.
Well, it's still just glowing.
It's still just glowing.
Yeah.
And your pins are correct on your code.
P3, P4.
Yeah.
So your Neopixel is P3, right?
Yes.
That would be your light, your actual light.
Mm,
And then the
Yeah.
light intensity is P4.
oh, hold on.
But so if there was a really bright
Why
light,
did
shouldn't it turn off?
Let me think about this. So light intensity, I turned it from 35 to 50.
It's green. And otherwise, it's purple. Well, isn't that just the bee's knees?
Value of light intensity is supposed to be P4, correct?
Yes, yes.
So he's got it.
I think
but
it's
if you
all
have it
set
to
up
motion,
right. It's just not.
Well, I have mine white and violet. So cover it and my lights on your. I guess not having no lights.
And just to clarify, the one with the glowing light is to be in P3, correct? Or on 3 on the
Yeah,
thing?
yep, you're
Okay.
right. You're right. Okay, so I just changed mine around to have that same problem you did. I changed that 35 back down, and now it's just glowing green. So I am confused on whether higher is more intensity or higher is lower. But let me change it back to 250. Oh, and now, so when it's 50, it's green, but when I cover it up, it's purple.
Yeah, do you have to,
So,
did you re-download it?
Yeah, but no, nothing.
It's just been green. It's
Yeah, I don't.
what's your number in there?
Ports are a little bit bad.
We just re-downloaded and it's 50.
It's 50.
Where's your?
Oh, hold on. I think I might have done these. No,
I've
that's
done-
right. Never mind. That's right.
So try this then,
Here, let's.
I guess.
if it's really bright, maybe try a really low number.
A really low number.
Yeah, so this code, that's a variable that I think you would want to change depending on the amount of light in the room.
How do you?
Just download.
So it's saying if the light is less than 15, mine is showing green solid. But if I cover it up, oh, I need to make it. This is so confusing.
I think
If it's less than green or less than 15, it's solid. I wonder. I'm having a hard time telling if the light intensity is lower as the lower number.
Oh, that is touchscreen.
Oh, it's blue.
And now it's white.
Oh.
And now it's violet. And now it's white.
Look at you two go.
What'd you do? I changed the port. Oh, she changed the port.
So,
Okay.
Kyle, one of the kids over here, changed the port. And so we have it in the one that glows in 1 and the other one in 4.
Oh, okay.
It's working properly. When you cover it, it changes
Okay.
color.
So maybe that port just had a glitch.
Maybe so.
That's good to know. I'm glad there's so many of them. So knowing that each host site is kind of at a different spot. Okay. Tippy, you want to know how to assign an LED. The exclamation point triangle is popping up. Oh, it needs to go in your start. Are you saying this Neopixel, this set LED, it needs to go up here in this start code? I had the same problem because I had 2 starts. Does that make sense? I'm going to stop sharing real quick. Okay. So knowing that our junior leader council is coming back at 3:15, I want to show you how we're going to make this house smart. So it's okay if you're not done coding. This is where the battery pack and the batteries would come into place. So in that same port that you plugged in the microbit, no, I'm sorry. This would be, I think it would be the relay. There's another power port on the relay. This is where you'll plug in the battery pack and the batteries. And so in your box, you'll also find little Velcro circles, and those will attach to the house and your sensors to put them in the home where they technically, you would think they would go in a real home. So your battery pack is in the bottom of your sensor box, and your batteries are inside your entire kit box. And I'm just moving forward for the ones who have the light and the doorbell working. That way you can see how to put this into your home. So I'm going to unplug my microbit from my computer and then plug the power into the power port. So my apologies, the battery pack will plug into the top of your microbit. So these Velcro dots may not be the best way to get your sensor to be connected to your house, but it's a temporary way until you figure out where you want everything to go. And everything else can just lay down in there. You can attach your light where you want it to go to, but right now I just put the doorbell on the door. And then if I turn my battery pack on, I have enough power to run that code. So since each of these homes are yours to keep, you can affix them to the home with super glue if you want, but the Velcro just makes it an easy way to remove them if you want to later. So then whenever you code your fan, you can use some of those roof trusses to create some support for your fan to be on top of your, or to be on the ceiling of your house. And you can also then affix your light of your room to the top with those extra 6-inch pieces that you have. But then everything just kind of sits down in there nicely. And as you go through the book, you'll see that you're also going to do a thermostat. So that little LED screen is going to read out what the temperature is in the room. So just a lot of code to work through to make all of those happen. So I just wanted to show you how it would look if you put it into your home. Do you want me to put the code back up on the screen? I can, if you're still working through that. But just let me know if you want to move on to the fan or if you need help troubleshooting some more. How are you all doing? Are you still troubleshooting some code? Yeah, okay. Do you want me to leave the code up on the screen? Okay. Not a problem. It's just hard to see you all when I'm sharing, so I hope that you're still there.
Danielle, is there somewhere where says which sensor is which?
On the back of the box, you can see its number.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. And I should have said that earlier. That's where I was getting my cheater from, telling you what sensors were out there. So just a plug, Rachel and I have been working on a grant through Subaru to equip counties with 10 to 12 microbits and smart sensors. So the counties that are participating, is that something that might be interesting to you? And these kits are, they're reusable. Obviously, the participants wouldn't get to take the microbits home, but you'd have them on hand to do any kind of microbit programming that you want. And then also the curriculum will be environmental science based. So every activity in there would have something to do with environmental science. So we just got the grant money and we're trying to like put feelers out there to see which counties would be interested in that. Yeah, Tippy, we have you on the list. Awesome, Malia. Thank you. We'll definitely add you to the list. I know they are getting ordered this week, and so we're hoping to just roll this stuff out mid-August, so that way you can put it in your goals for the next program year. But everything is completely reusable as long as nothing breaks, but then they can be replaced. And I actually think the sensor kit is the advanced version of the one that we have in our boxes. So there's going to be more sensors than what's here. So just lots of opportunities for more coding. So what did you think? Did you have fun with this Smarthouse? Some thumbs up, hopefully, nodding heads. Awesome, thank you. I really enjoyed showing this curriculum to you, and although it would have been better to do it in person to help you troubleshoot and check things out and see how they work, I really enjoyed doing it in this format as well. So I hope you had fun with it and actually go through the book at home and try to code more things. The next thing you can code is the fan and the temperature sensor. So you can make that fan come on when the temperature is a certain degree in the room. And then also the LED screen, you can make that read out whatever text you want. So you can have it tell you the temperature in the room. And there's also a buzzer in there, and you can set an alarm. So you can set that sensor. I think you can even use the light sensor and the buzzer. So if something got in the way of your light sensor, like a motion detector, you can make the alarm go off. So lots of fun things you can do with this house. And this is also, if you're involved in the advanced electric division, this would also be an acceptable submission for an advanced electric project at the fair. So just something to think about as well. There's a lot of cool things with this. So a lot of ways you can use it. All right, I see Thomas is here. Was Emily going to join you again, Thomas?
Yes, she
Okay.
is.
Okay,
She'll be
cool.
here in a few minutes.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I think for the most part, they're troubleshooting their code and wrapping up for the end of the day, so we'll be ready for you. Does anyone have any questions or last minute comments? Tammy, did you get your code figured out?
Not exactly.
I'm afraid not.
Can you share your screen and see what's happening?
It is on a different computer.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's over there.
Yeah.
Not very easily.
Okay.
But I can maybe figure something out.
You bring this laptop with it.
Yeah.
So we got 2 of our 7 to work. So
Oh, okay.
we are feeling okay with that.
Yeah.
So others have moved on to the fan.
Okay,
But,
okay.
something to troubleshoot is make sure your
Right.
internet doesn't drop you. We've had some droppage of internet, so
Oh.
that helps when you're downloading, trying to get extensions to make sure you have the internet.
Okay.
So
Good
helpful
point.
tip there.
Yeah, and some of those that aren't working, can they change the port? Or have they tried changing the port or plugging things back in?
Yes, we have some success with one, just like somebody had mentioned earlier. One was good, yes.
Okay, I can see your code, Tammy. And so it looks like it may be missing a couple things.
Yeah, so that portion is not done yet.
Oh, okay, okay.
We were having some trouble with here.
Man, I cannot keep a steady hand.
I don't know. You keep it steady, and then
Am I
I can
good?
navigate around. So what we were having trouble with was the lights.
Okay.
So as far as I know, we have all of the code correct.
Okay.
However, and the we made sure that we had all of the pins in the right place, it was plugged in right, set up right, all of that. But it still wasn't working. The LED wasn't lighting up. So that's part of what we have. Let me know when you want to see the rest.
Okay, set light to value of light intensity at P4. If the light is less than 30, okay.
50.
Is that what that says, 30 or
50?
50, okay. Have you played around with lowering that number or making it higher?
We tried 35 and we haven't tried making it higher than 50.
Okay, try 75 and see.
All right.
Your room is pretty bright, so I'm wondering if that is affecting it.
All right.
Do we need to download again?
Yeah. And then the other part was just this.
Okay, the Neopixel at pin 3 with 1 LED, and yes, so that's correct.
Right. So yeah, that was pretty much the only thing that we were having real trouble with was the light.
Okay, and so
we'll see how that goes.
This variable, the only thing that you could change to see if it would work is that number.
Okay.
Because my initial 35 didn't work, but my 50 did. So I'm hoping your 75 works.
All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll try that out right now.
Okay, perfect.
Then we'll get back to you. There you go.
Now, does it even turn on?
Hold on, we're only 81%.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, it's done.
All right. So, yeah, now we're running into the other part of the problem. Go ahead.
Okay.
Camera.
As far as I can go.
Oh. So the other part of the problem is that whenever we try and make this darker, this is some spaghetti if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it sure is.
But whenever we try and do this, like the only thing that lights up is the leftmost column of LEDs on the bot itself. The LED is not lighting up at all.
It's not lighting up at all. Why don't you try to change the port of your LED?
The port of our LED. Okay.
Yeah, change the port.
Yeah, I can go ahead and do that.
Another group said that their LED was not working on port 3, but they moved it to port 1 and then it worked.
All right. Well, we already know that port 1 does function, so we'll go ahead and switch around the numbers. And
Did you put your fan on port 1?
No.
No, or what did? Do you have other
did.
things going?
Yeah, we've got. Let me just take off. Do you mind if I take off the doorbell? Okay.
That was in 13.
Yeah, because we do have a couple things. Oh, whoops.
So do you want this to be in Neopixel point 1?
Yes,
Or
you
pin
want it to
1?
be in pin 1.
Okay, I'm gonna download it again.
Yeah, it was on pin 13. Yeah, we do have a couple things side loaded, which might be causing problems as well.
Okay.
But we will find out shortly.
Yeah. Hopefully it's just the port.
Hopefully so. We should not have changed that many variables all at once. Okay, yeah, you're setting the LED to port 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Once that's done downloading, here it is. All right, we have an LED. It works.
Oh, yay!
Thank you very
That's
much.
so awesome. No problem. No problem. Cool. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No problem. Well, good luck to all of you with your future coding and have so much fun with this. Thomas and Emily have joined us again to wrap up the day. And so we're going to give them our attention and then you can start cleaning up your supplies. So thank you.
Yeah, I've heard that you guys had a really fun day today, and I'm super excited to see that that's happened. So good job, everybody. I hope you can continue to learn a little bit more about this stuff. But as a closing activity today, we're going to be going over another thing that we're doing. Emma, do you want to give a brief explanation about it?
Yeah, so after today, I know you all probably got to know each other quite a bit. And this activity is about getting to know each other even more. Even as something as simple as your name, you can always learn more about people. So we're going to be doing a nice little wrap-up activity about getting to know each other just a little bit deeper. So what you do is you just tell people about the origin of your name. That's all you have to do for it's more of a conversation activity. You will just go around the circle. Everybody has a chance to talk about themselves. You devise an order of who can speak. You can be it left to right, around the circle, even alphabetical if that's what suits you best. And each person takes a turn and you just talk a little bit about where your name comes from. You can, if you don't know, you can make up a story. Like no one's gonna know if that's actually where your name came from. So if you don't feel like telling the real thing, just make up some fun facts, you know? So Thomas, do you want to demonstrate?
Sure, I'll go right ahead. So if it were, say, me and Emily doing this activity, I'd start out by saying, my name is Thomas. If you didn't know, the name Thomas, the origin of that name, it means twin. So Thomas means twin. I don't have a twin, but Thomas means twin. How I ended up becoming named Thomas is my mother's father, whose name was Thomas, who was a really notable figure in the town that they lived in that city. And he died just within the year before I was born. So I was named after him, kind of as his namesake in that way. So it was such a great kind of like legacy in a way to carry on, as well as a nice nod to who he was. And that's how, and that is the story of my name.
And it goes just like that. And everyone can have a turn and tell their own unique story. It's a great way to get to know your friends just a little bit more. Yeah. It's very fun.
So we encourage each of your groups to kind of get in a circle or something like that, or get in a group, whether it be socially distanced or whatever, and go around and say, like give that story of your name. If you don't feel comfortable, either just pass or, like Emily said, maybe make something up. I think my parents might have thought this, or if maybe, for instance, when I was born, if I was a girl, they would have named me something else. Like you could go on that road and things like that. So go in and kind of make it your own a little bit, kind of share who you are and who your parents thought you to be in that way, I guess.
Well, I'll go ahead and go then. So my parents thought I was going to be a boy, and they were going to name me Daniel. And then they found out I was a girl and then couldn't come up with anything clever, so they named me Danielle. So I like my name and I'm happy with it, but it's just interesting that it didn't come from anywhere except for the fact that I was a girl, not a boy. So there it is.
I like it. I can go too. So my name's Emily, and you probably know 100 other Emilys. It is not an original name, but I recently found out that that was on purpose. So my dad's name is Jude, and there's a song by the Beatles called Hey Jude, you know, and he was so angry all the time because his name was unique, and people would always sing that song to him as soon as they met him, no matter if they're strangers or friends. My parents wanted to name me something very, very basic, and it was the most popular name of the year. So that is why they named me Emily, so I would not be made fun of for my name. So I mean, I guess I'm just in an army of Emilys now, which is fine with me, but yeah, that's how I got my name.
That's fun. So I think we've got a little bit of time so that you all can go through it in your own groups and things like that. But part of it is the discussion aspect of it. So like, for instance, Danielle, you were originally going to be, your parents thought you were going to be a boy, so they were going to name you Daniel. Do you know why they spelled your name specifically like that? Because I know that there are multiple spellings of Danielle.
That's a really good question, but I have no idea. I think it just made the most logical sense for how they were going to spell Daniel. But I have seen it with a Y before. And the funny thing is that people still call me Daniel sometimes, even though it's spelled Danielle. Like, I think that maybe they hadn't seen the name spelled like that. I think the Y's don't they make a yes sound and not?
In some circumstances, I think they do. I don't know specifically though.
Well, I guess the yuck would be the I and the E, Danielle. So I don't know. It's interesting, but I don't correct them because then I know I don't want to embarrass them. I know what my name is. In high school, I was always called Daniela, and I don't know why. It must have been Spanish class because we got to choose our names. But yeah, I would be Daniela, even though my name was Ana Luisa in Spanish class. So confusing. Probably more information than any of you wanted to know.
I mean, that does bring up a good point. Nicknames. Like, you could also use this activity with nicknames, and then you can go into the story of how you got your nickname. Like, in one group of people a long time ago, I happened to wear a t-shirt with French fries on it. And in that group, they just started calling me French fry. Just like, those are fun little stories that you can bring up in this as well. If you don't necessarily have or know the story of your name specifically, you can always use a nickname or something along those lines. Why did your parents call you something other than your real name? Things like that. So this is a really versatile, kind of like icebreaker, which is interesting because we're kind of doing it backwards at the end of the event instead of at the beginning. But yeah.
Honestly, you can use it at any time as long as you've never used it before, because we do it in junior leaders sometimes, and during 4-H camp, even though all my campers on my team already know each other's names, like you can know more than just people's names. You can know the story of their name and all that fun stuff. It was really fun. I like being an army of Emily's though, because my graduating class only had 67 people, but there were 9 Emily's. So we were like a large chunk. It's always fun time.
Yeah, that is fun. So some questions that we have at the end, kind of as we're getting closer to wrapping up here, is whose name did you find particularly interesting? Did you find a story that is really just unique and kind of intrigues you, just like, huh, I never thought about someone who'd be named like that, things like that. Do you have any notable, interesting names in your groups?
I'm gonna say they're busy telling each other about themselves.
Probably.
This young man is named Jagger.
Yeah,
Jagger. It's kind of cool.
I agree.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see those interesting names. In our group, we had multiple people. We had a Peyton, but he was named Peyton, and you don't normally see a guy named Peyton, but it was spelled differently. So it's those types of interesting things that you can see and kind of learn from as well.
All right. Well, thank you, Thomas and Emily. It's been a lot of fun having you with us today. Can everyone give them a round of applause? Yay. Thank you so much, everyone. Our day has wrapped up. I hope you enjoy your evening. It's been a lot of fun getting to know you, and I will be sending you a follow-up email to each of your email addresses that registered for the program, just with a few follow-up things. Bye, Thomas. Thank you. And with that, have a great evening and safe travels home. Bye, everyone.